Hello and welcome everyone to Magical Monday Marathon Sprints. Waiting to see if I have an echo. I feel like I did everything right this morning. But yes, welcome. I'm Shanon, writing under the pen name of S.C. Huston, author of A Curse of Scales and Feathers, now Curse of Wings and Gems, and the Clash of Goddesses series. The goal of this stream is somewhat low-key, but it is 1 hour long sprints, so marathon sprints. It is not strictly timed as it is with my Pomodoro sprints on the other days. That gives us more time to chat in between each of the sprints themselves. But you're welcome to use the sprints for whatever productivity you need, whether reading, writing, housework, coursework, day job, or just taking care of you. I use the sprint time to focus because focus issues. And that means I won't be in the chat during the actual sprints, but then I would love to catch up with everyone during the breaks, see how we're doing, talk about any successes we have, or try to celebrate whatever it is that we're getting done. I had 4 things I had to get done over the weekend. I got 1 thing done. So I'm still a little bit behind. And now, as being Monday, I have 2 more tasks I need to add to my list. I'd like to be able to complete something. So one of those things is I still have not done my brief for my cover designer. And I think I'm just going to have to contact her because we're like almost 2 weeks out now from the day it was due, and just let her know, look, I don't have the time right now. And she knows I don't need the cover right now. This is for my next book, my work in progress, which I don't even know when it's going to be done. I was hoping this year, but it could be next year. So, so I don't really need the cover right now. I chose a date because I thought that was when I would have time, and I simply just do not have the time. Part of that too is I've lost a couple of volunteers for the Altitude Writing Conference. Before we even got to those tasks, I lost those volunteers. So I've been doing a lot more with the conference this year than I had to last year, and it's taking a lot of my time again, which I'm already putting things into place, hopefully, that it will reduce all of that work, because I like the conference, but I don't like all the time I lose when I really would like to be writing. So, and I can't even get to writing because all the things on my list, none of them are writing. No, yeah, I'll be writing one day soon. Devin was first in. Good morning. I did a bit of admin already. Now I need to post to socials and all call Indy updates before I get to the writing bit. Hope you're able to get there. I also need to send the first 20 chapters of The Witch's Sword to betas. Thank goodness for to-do lists, right? I don't actually keep to-do lists. I try. I would say there's parts of the year that I do have a to-do list running, especially if I have a lot to do. I did have one actually last Monday, and I got through a lot of stuff. But right now, my to-do list just keeps getting a little bit longer, and I'm not even finishing what's on my to-do list. Like I said, I have 4 things going into the weekend. I got 1 thing done. And so, yeah. And the 1 thing I got done was the 4th item that I forgot about, because yesterday my newsletter was due. I do it the 4th of every month, and I have to get it out on the 4th because I set up cross promos with promotion groups and other and author swaps with other authors. So I have to do it on the 4th. But that's the only thing I actually got accomplished is of the 4 things I had on my list. Started with 3. That was my 4th. I got the 4th thing done. Sounds like you have already been very productive. Lindsay came in. Hello, I'm here lurking at work, but trying to get some words in my draft. Oh, I hope you're able to get some words in. I wish I was able to get some. Felicia, how are you doing? Good morning. Are you working today, or are you able to get any writing in? Devin saying hellos. Tongue Twister Mondays, LOL, right? Clash of Goddesses. I already have issues saying words, and then I give myself a title that makes it even harder for me to say. That should be a thing, though. Tongue Twister Mondays. We should do like a sprint one time. It's Tongue Twister Tuesday or Tongue Twister Thursday. So we have the alliteration with the T's, and then we do all the tongue twisters we can during the sprints. I'm making stuff up here. Devin, Lizzie. I'll start writing at 10, whether admin is done. Oh, I love that. I love that you've given yourself a deadline. I do have something. So my next packet of Fated Adventure is supposed to go out today, but I'm still waiting on 4 more people to choose their character. And I would like to wait another day and send out 1 more email to see if they choose their character before I send out the packets. They're just going to, either they're not going to respond and pick a character, which of those 4, 3 of them have paid for it. I do have a couple of beta testers in the program just to help give me some tweaks and whatnot. And so 3 of them have paid for it, but they haven't even done anything with it as far as I can tell. So but I can't send out their packet until I know, and I don't want to be like printing off stuff all week trying to catch up to everybody. I'd like to print everything at the same time. I've got everything sitting there waiting for me. But I thought, well, while I'm waiting for it, there is, y'all, this is so cool. I love this part. So part of this next packet, if it turns out right, I'm still writing the code for it. I think it's going to be good. I really want to get more in depth with it, but I think it's going to have to wait. But I have this map of the library that is part of the academy, and there's points on it that are, it's coordinated. The coordinates on the back end are hyperlinked. So when someone clicks on a part of the library, they're going to get something. And so one of the clues is actually from the news sheet. It's going to be for the library, for a part of the library. But I thought it'd be kind of cool if all the characters could run into their love interest in the library. So I kind of built that in there, and I thought, well, they could just say hi or whatever. But then last night I was like, well, since I'm waiting another day to get these sent out to see if I can get these other people picking their characters, I could actually do like another like little mini scene instead of the love interest saying hi or just leave me alone or whatever it is that their love interest would say, because each one's a bit different. And I actually started brainstorming. I was in bed last night. I was like brainstorming ideas for the scene. And I don't want to be too long because I don't add a whole lot to it. But so I might be writing. I was doing some brainstorming in bed, and I did not count that time. I usually try to count everything I'm doing as far as words. And I was writing words. Well, I was dictating words into my phone while I was brainstorming. But I have no idea what time I started and what time I ended because I was in bed. So I get all these ideas all the time. But Felicia says, I'm getting kiddos to school and then headed to work. Okay, I'm not sure if I'll get any writing in today. Oh, but I've written 3K in the past 2 weeks. Oh, congratulations. That sounds so wonderful. 3K. Is that like on your, I don't know what you're working on right now. It's been a minute since I've caught up with you. And I know you were writing a book last year, but I didn't know what you're doing now. But that's a lot for me with my busy life. So super proud. I'm super proud of you too. I mean, you do have a busy life with your kiddos and everything. I mean, yeah, you're getting it done. I'll be going live tonight. Very short announcement for my May sci-fi readathon. If you want to drop the link, I don't know if you've got the link already. Oh wait, Devin, do you need my StreamYard? Didn't you say something about possibly, or did you find an alternative? Because I know you said you gave up your StreamYard when you thought you were going to be doing lives for a while. Hello, Melve. Good morning, all. Hey. Ooh, love good library. Yeah, I love it. I've always wanted to do something like this, but I thought I was going to do it for all of Nithral because I know I'm going to have novellas in each of the quadrants. And I thought once I have a novella in each quadrant come out, then I will do all of Nithral. And I thought, well, I could start small here with the library and kind of test them out. And I'm still writing the code for it. And like I said, there's other things I really wish I could do, but I don't have time right now. I'm just writing the basic code to get the coordinates set up so that when someone clicks on a certain part of the map, it will go to another page, and then what happens from there. So I don't want to give too much away. So I'm working on so many projects. Oh, okay. So it feels like me too right now, because of course I had to throw in more with this, writing these little short like love scenes, possibly. I don't know what I'm gonna do, but and then I've got my work in progress, which I haven't added anything to my work in progress like in 2 weeks, not since my write-a-thon, my 4-day write-a-thon. And I still have other projects I've started that haven't been all finished. Yeah, so I have a book, Feast of the Blood and the Broken, which is the origin story of the vampires in my world, and that will be part of my next Kickstarter. So that's going to be a full book. I've started that book. I started that almost 2 years ago. And then I have another novella that I started that's in Nithral. And then I have another novella that is actually with mostly humans. I don't have too many stories that are with humans specifically in my world right now. And I have that novella. I've written quite a bit in it and I love it, but it's going to be a while before I get back to it. Did some world building this weekend, but working right now. Nice. What do you want to tell us about your world building? I didn't know if you were writing on anything. You don't have to share if you don't want to. If you want to, I sometimes I kind of go like, I don't want to say anything because what if I jinx it and then it doesn't turn out the way I think it's going to turn out. So like my very first Kickstarter, I didn't even tell anybody I was going to do it until like the month leading into me doing the Kickstarter, because I was like, I think it was like 2 or 3 months actually, but like I knew for over a year I was going to do my first Kickstarter. but I didn't tell anybody because I was afraid I was going to jinx it. So, good morning, Idri. How's it going? Are you working on anything? Adega, hello. I just saw I didn't see the video, but I saw that you did have a premiere on your next chapter. So congrats. May readathon announcement. There it is. Okay, so you do not need me if you've already got that set up, right? Thank you for sharing it. And what is it? A themed readathon? Who is it? I just watched something. Is it Rachel? RK something there? I think it was Rachel. And she was talking about readathons. And I was like, I have tried in the past to be part of at least one readathon during a year, which when Margaret was doing, I think it was the Black Author Tuber readathon in February. She did that a couple years in a row. So I did that with her. And I did another one. I don't remember what it was now, but I have not done one in over a year. Hi, Idri and Adega from Felicia. JL, hello. So grateful for the stream. Yay, didn't get much sleep last night. Me neither, because I was sitting there like brainstorming stuff. But tonight is the 1 year anniversary of Lucy. Oh, no. When you say 1 year anniversary, at first I'm thinking, something positive. And then, yeah, I'm so sorry to hear. Been up since about 5:30 a.m. Was just thinking about tapping out, but perfect timing. Okay, great. Let's get through these comments so we can get you into your first sprint so you can get some work done. I'm good using that's for my live debating on whether or not to start sprints this summer. I'll end it for the school year, though. Eve Mux, someone was telling us about that. Was that Jared Kaufman? Is that the one he uses? Or is that someone else who uses that? Got my other dog next to me sleeping, so hopefully it'll be a peaceful and productive morning. Fingers crossed. Good morning, Joanne. Hope you all doing well. Planning to cook, get laundry done, and work on chapters 4 and 5 of Project Sugar and Spice. What will you all be working on? I am starting on, what am I going to start on? Oh, yeah. So I'm counting up right now everything I need to print for the Fate Adventures because the next packet was going to go out today, but I'm still waiting on 4 more people to choose their characters, and I don't want to have to spend 2 or 3 days or 4 days printing stuff. So I'm trying to wait. I'm going to wait 1 more day and then send out an email to remind them, hey, I kind of need your character choice. That's the minimum that I need so I can print your stuff and get it sent out to you. And then so I'm just counting up right now how much I need of everything. Riel is a very popular character. Like 60% of people have chosen Riel as their character for the Fated Adventures, which I think is interesting. I like the psychology behind it. Like, okay, what about her draws people versus like the others? Hello, Dreaming Truth. JL, sorry for your loss. Yeah, we had lost our dog a few years ago, and we just got a puppy. Well, he's big, but he's still a puppy right now. And then it's really cool, but I still miss her. Whenever I look at him, I still miss our dog that we had. Hey, JL. I made a short list of admin. 1 all-call indie post that was due last Friday. Sounds like me. The things are due in the past. Number 2, chapters to betas. Number 3, AWC socials. Oh, gosh, that's another task I need to put on there. I was going to try to get together some of the speaker highlights and get them sent to you so we could get those up on the AWC Instagram and stuff like that. But I'm not going to have time to do that today. Number 4, the Witch's Sword design brief stuff. I'm just going to email my cover designer and be like, I can't get to the cover design right now and see if we can reschedule. I know she's been waiting on me. So, hi, how are you, Felicia? Doing good. How are you? So good to see you. How's it going? From Joanne to Malve. I've been world building for a little while. It is a world with 2 magic types, a personal human type that is manifested through art, and creative endeavors. I love that. I still remember, I can't remember the name of the book. I have a really bad memory, but I still remember there was this book I read in which the oils, because it was a painter that painted with oils, it was like magical oils or something, and he could trap souls into paintings. And I just thought that was so interesting, an interesting concept. So, hello, JK. Thank you. Miss her a lot and had her sometimes she's a puppy until she's 14. Oh, it was kind of like us. Ours, she was just shy of 15 by a month. And they told us that she wouldn't live very long, but we kept her alive because she had back and hip issues that she was born with. If you can imagine, like where the hip bone sits, or where the leg bone sits in the hip socket, it's supposed to be like smooth bone between those 2, and was all broken up, both the hip bone and the socket on the leg was broken up on both sides, and she was born like that. And they said there wasn't really much they could do for her, and that just one wrong move and her back would go. And so we never got another dog while we had her, because we were afraid that if another dog like jumped on her and hit her wrong, she would, you know, it wouldn't be good stuff. But we were able to keep her going until almost 15 years. So, working on a newsletter and the outline for my next novella. But yes, hoping to make a lot of progress today. Best to keep busy. Yes, yes. Especially on the anniversary. Yeah, pretty good. Need to drag myself out of bed to get my day started, says Joanne. I introduced Kaufman to eMux. LOL. It's half the price of StreamYard, but have Streamlabs features that is easier to learn. Oh, okay. So maybe you told me about it then. That's funny. This second magic is wild, dangerous magic. That is like the surface of bubbling water, and magic bursts randomly. That's really cool. So you have one that can be controlled and one that cannot. And how they intersect probably makes some very interesting scenes. Or would, will when because you said you're world building right now. I understand. If it wasn't for my kiddos, I'd be able to sleep until 9 a.m. every morning, right? Sounds like fun. Humans built dome cities on safe zones, but are they really? Ooh. LOL. Fair. I do need to get up, though. I usually like to start my day by 9:15. Newsletter sounds fun. Gosh, I got the hiccups already. I usually get the hiccups when I'm hungry, but they don't usually happen until 10:30 my time, and it's like 2 hours early right now. Yeah, I knew exactly. My newsletter went out yesterday. I was like, oh, I'm going to include the short story I wrote during Flash Fiction Piece on Chandra Arthur's channel a few weekends ago. And so that was fun. It was fun reading the story again. Poor baby. Thank you for caring for her. Yeah. Yeah. We have to remember to cherish the life that she did have with us, but it's still sad. I look at our new puppy. I'm like, you're not her. I mean, I know I will love him. He's very hyper. She was hyper, but she was like she knew, like, the minute I was like, I don't know. I don't know how. She just knew me really well compared to him. Like, he's so hyper, and every time I'm around him, I come away with wet hands and like, oh my gosh. And I know I'm not, well, I've not been diagnosed as autistic or anything. I don't know that's such a thing for me, but I don't know. My kiddo is autistic, right? But when I have like something cold and wet touch my hands, it like freaks me out. So I washed my hands so many times yesterday trying to pet him, and like she never did that. I'm like, why can't you be calm like her? And I remember, wait, she was really hyper too. She just did other things. So because she was a husky. Huskies have lots of energy. So I forgot our foster puppy was adopted this last Saturday. Yay! Mac is happy in his new home. I'm so happy for him. I bet that's gonna be so much better for him too. Congrats, Devin. And friendly reminder, like button is our friend. Yes. And hearts. Drag self from bed. Yes. Sorry for your loss. Yeah. I mean, it's better now. It's been a few years. She died in 2022, 2021, 2020, 2021. It was in 2021. No. Oh gosh. I'm like losing track of the years. Okay. She died in 2021. So it was November of 2021. Because I lost my kitty cat in 2020, her in 2021. Then our next kitty cat lost her in 2022. And all of our animals were 1 year apart. So we had one more kitty. So I thought in 2023, she was 2 years. So I thought 2024 would be her year that she would go. And I was like, it was devastating just losing animal year after year. But she's actually still going, my oldest kitty. She's still hanging in there. Hello, it says Eva. Good morning. All right, let's go ahead and get into this first sprint. I've talked long enough. 1 hour on the clock. Find the right tab. In 3, 2, 1, and good luck. That is time. How did you do? Made some progress on just admin stuff that I have to get done. And let's catch up with you guys. See how you did. Making progress. So happy I'm making progress. Left off with Joanne saying hello and good morning to Eva. Losses are never easy. Hope you're doing better. Yeah, I mean, it does get better over the years. And sometimes it kind of hits you still, but yeah, for sure. I appreciate that. Thank you. Headed out now. Have a great day. Thanks so much for being here, Felicia. Gonna lurk and try to get some work done. Fingers crossed you were able to get that done. Thanks for hanging. Oh, thanks for catching her before she headed out, Joanne. I appreciate that. Good morning, Courtney. It's been a minute since I've caught up with you. How are you doing? I hope all is well. Yes, it has been a minute. Exactly what I was just thinking. So I hope all is well. How's your writing? JL says, going to drop a link. I saw this when I was switching between screens, and I thought, sounds familiar. So I had I drop a link to a video I did a couple years ago about bullying in the writing community. Much of what I say can be applied to other arenas. Someone just commented, so I thought I would share, and there was the link. And when I went to it, I was like, look at that. I did comment on it 2 years ago. And I was like, wait, I've known JL for 2 years, probably longer than 2 years, but man, time has just gone by so fast. I don't feel like I just met you, but I don't feel like it's been that long. That's for sure. So, hey, says Emma, like button boot. I appreciate that. Thank you. Hello, Emma from JL to Emma. Hi back. Hi. Made friends with the like button. Hey, that sounds like what I said on your channel. I appreciate that, Andy. Hello. And saying hello. Good morning, Jocelyn. Hello. Are you working on anything today? Deb says, nope, overwhelm hit because I need to add a lot more to the I'll call indie posts. Moving on to the next easy thing, chapters to betas. Yeah, sometimes I say that is a strategy, right? If you've got a bunch of things you have to do, and I'm thinking this more like I've heard this advice for like when you're paying bills, when you're trying to pay bills down or something, that you take the easiest thing first and you get it done. And then you get a sense of accomplishment from being able to get that one thing done, that you feel more energy heading into the next thing that's possibly a little bit harder. And for bills, right, you pay off the thing that you can pay off first. That would be easy to pay down. And then once it's done, you're like, okay, good, got one bill done. And then on to the next one. But yeah. Good morning, Jocelyn from JL. Bonnie Bean Bonnie, hello, good morning. And Kat, lots of nice people stopping in today. Courtney, hi, good to see you. How have you been? From Joanne. 750 words during that sprint. Nice. And you weren't even here at the very beginning. When did you come in? Well, I don't even know what time I started, so it doesn't matter. But yeah, so you didn't have the whole hour. That's really great word count. We'll be working on interview prep next sprint. Been so busy lately with moving. Wow, I'd say. Are you interviewing yourself? Like you are going into an interview, or you're interviewing someone? Or is this like I don't know if this might be a work thing or school thing. I'm trying to remember if you were in school. It's been a minute since we caught up, and I don't have the best memory to start with. But yeah. So and again, I don't know what your interview's for, but my husband works for a nonprofit for the state to help people find jobs. And so they bring in companies who are looking for jobs, and then they connect with the organization connects with people in the community who are looking for jobs, and they do interview prep with them and then connect them to the jobs that they know that are open with the companies that they've connected with. And I don't know how you feel about AI or whatnot, but I had showed him this one a few months ago called Notebook LM. It's made by Google, I think. But anyways, a lot of people have been using it for podcasts because you can put something in there, a script or something, or questions or a document or whatever, and then you can have it generate audio, and you have two people talking back and forth about the stuff that you inputted. And you could also just type in something too. And so I was showing him that was like several months ago, and I showed him how there's a feature on there where you can like interrupt the audio, the two people talking, and they like say, yeah. And they stop and they talk back to you. They're like, you have a question for us? And so he said he could see how that would be very useful for people to practice doing an interview back and forth. in answering and getting a response. And I thought that was pretty interesting. I don't know if they ever did use it or not that way, or if they ever did use it. I don't know. I know they are starting to incorporate some AI stuff in different organizations around here for the workload, right? So catching up on Friday's work. Should be caught up by the end of second sprint. Fingers crossed. Hopefully you're getting there. Also, it was yesterday, but happy National Black Authors. Is it day? To the Black authors in the chat. Yes, I did not know. I feel like there's a holiday every day, which they say that there's a like a link somewhere online where you can see all the holidays that fall, and there is like a holiday every single day, and you can see what holidays fall where, and then you could plan like your promos for your book around some of those holidays, or it might be a good time, like if you write about, I don't know, I'm trying to think of something. If you write about trees and conservation, the days that are about Earth Day or whatever, those you could like say, hey, 50% off today on my book in celebration of Earth Day. So you could just set it up yourself, and blast it out to everyone. And that you could probably do that for like nearly every day that you could find something to go along with one of your books. I always thought that would be cool to do. I just don't have the time to do it. But yeah, I don't know how I got into that tangent. If you'd like to support my writing, here's a link to my pastry chef friends to lovers novella, Culinary Confessions. It's a lovely little book. I say little because I want more, but I know Joanne for her second book, she's like, I'm trying to cut it down. And I'm like, but I want it more because I feel like the first book, and I read fast, but I just wanted more. Oh my God, talk to text. Why? Yeah. Meant to say day earlier. Okay, gotcha. I think I figured that out, possibly. Going into interview later this week for a job. Okay. All of my thoughts will be with you. All the luck in the world for it. Here's a link to my Ko-fi goal. Sugar and Spice later this year to publish. I'm excited for that. And that's exciting, Courtney. Wish you all the best. Wishing you the best, Courtney. Free writing to work myself out of the wall. I wrote myself into a wall. So it wasn't a quarter. It was like a whole wall you wrote yourself into. I bet that would be hard. Thanks, Guy. Also, it's a really good idea. Well, I didn't come up with it. My husband did. But I did think that would be kind of cool to do if I knew if I was interviewing, put like, probably like give them the interview questions and tell them what I'm doing. And then you just hit that button I think it's like, it still says like beta feature, even though it's been there for like over a year. And I hadn't messed with it since I told him about it until a couple weekends ago when I was doing my 4-day write-a-thon. And I was like live and we had to fill up some time. And so I put a short story in there. And then I kept interrupting them as they were talking about my short story. And I was like, well, did you get this from it? Did you get that from the story? Different things I was asking them. It was really cool. But that was the first time I had played with it. Actually, that was the first time I've ever played with it. Other than showing my husband the feature. I had never actually used it for anything. But I could see how it would be very, very useful. I know, like I said, a lot of people use it now for podcasts. It's a gal and a guy who talk like podcasters. It sounds like a podcast, but you can interrupt them and have back and forth conversation. And I watch the Nerdy Novelists and Matt Wolf. I think it was Matt Wolf who said last week that they just got an upgrade where now they will do it in different languages, not just English. Like I can say this word, English. Wait, did I say it right? I feel like I'm saying it wrong, but y'all know I'm partially tone deaf, so it sounds like it's wrong in my head. So there sure is a holiday website. I had thought there was. It's called National Day of or something like that. Yeah, I had heard of it a while ago. And I always thought, oh, that'd be kind of cool to go through and figure out like what would align with my books, my Irish themed books and then the romance, fantasy romance books. But I just don't have the time to do it. One of these days I will get better at marketing. It's just not today. So, all right, got to the end of the comments. So let's go ahead and get set up for the next sprint, 1 hour on the clock. For anyone who has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. And Devin says beta copies have been sent. Woohoo! Easy thing done. Check off, right? Check mark that task. Now you can move on to something harder. All right, we'll get started. Another hour, 2, 1, and good luck. And that is time. How did you do? Still making progress in my admin. Haven't finished any tests yet, but we'll get there. So we left off here with Devin saying the beta copies have been sent, which is great. So Devin has started with something that was possibly harder task and jumped to an easier task to get it out of the way. Probably also that it's like a psychological thing that you finish a task, you get a little more motivation and energy to finish the rest. Maybe I should do that. I don't know if any of my tasks would be quick though. No. I don't think any of mine are easy. The I'll Call Indie post had to wait because she's a new freelancer. Oh, okay, gotcha. Found that out halfway through writing the post. Oh, so then you had to go back and fix your post from the beginning? The design brief in I'll Call Indie has been moved to tomorrow. AWC social post to later this afternoon. So are you writing now? Oh, yes. Time for words. Yes. Because you did say at 10, right? Was it you who said that at 10 o'clock you were going to start writing? Which if you just started, that was probably a little bit later than 10, right? It was 9:30 my time. Only about a half hour late. Stepping away. BRB. Well, we'll see you when you get back. Adeshale, hello. Good morning. Everyone finally made it. Now it's about lunchtime. One of the dogs had some challenges this morning, so I took me off my schedule. Yep, kids and animals. They could do it for you. I just learned that you have to kind of just roll with it. Things have been a bit easier now that my son is a bit older. But when he was younger, he's neurodivergent. He's got autism. And it's easier for him to understand autism as he is autistic. So I say he's got it, which is the language that most people prefer, that he has autism, not that he is autistic, but he does not understand when we say that he has autism because he thinks of it as like, I have a cold, which means I can get rid of it. He's asked me that. Can I get rid of it? Is there some medicine I can take to get rid of that? And I'm like, well, no, buddy, this is part of you. And then he's also has anxiety. It's no surprise there. This anxiety runs in my family, and the ADHD also runs in my family, and he also has that. So, anyways, while he was, every year got easier for sure. Lord, guys, he would wake up screaming in the morning, and my husband was always gone with the military, and I dreaded going into his room and getting him because the minute I walked in, he'd start screaming, and he'd scream for the next hour. And every year got a little bit easier, but then there was more and more therapies, more stuff to take him to. There's always something different happening. Recently, things have calmed down, though. There's not as much that's just popping up, things that we have to do. So that's been easier with that. But I've had to learn I can plan all the things I want, but if something comes up for my kiddo, I've got to drop everything and take care of him, get him whatever it is that he needs. So, and then animals too, right? I always go off on tangents, but I'm here. I'm doing some admin and then working on my fantasy romance. Boo for admin. I mean, it is necessary, right? We can't run our business if we're not doing the admin part. And I hope you're able to get to writing soon. Carla, hello. Good morning. Working on a writers and residents application. Please keep your fingers crossed and good energy. All the good energy going your way. How's your most recent novella coming along? I know you had a pretty set schedule for when you were publishing, but if you're, writers and residents application, that sounds amazing. Do you want to share where it's at? You don't have to if you don't want to. Awesome, Carla. Remind me to make culinary confessions longer when I go to republish the book next year. Yes, will do. And added 383 words out of my new 2K daily word goal. I'm glad you reminded me that it is new because I have 1,200 stuck in my head for you now because it took, I tried to remember what it was. So I had that memorized. But yeah, I have to remember it's 2K now. I have to step out for a minute. BRB. I'll be here doing thesis work after taking the weekend off, feeling refreshed. Oh, yeah. I was just thinking about that when I was doing some of my admin. I was like, I need to take some time off. But I was like, I can't think of a moment that I can take time off and I'm not gonna have something else that's gonna fall through. Already my cover design brief is falling through for my next book cover, and I'm just gonna have to reschedule that. Finding a formal but me way of saying why I need to engage kids in the American Transcendental Movement by using the Pride and Prejudice and Zombies comp for Henry David Thoreau versus the Kelpie. I like the idea of it. I hate writing proposals and academic writing. Just give me my money or just give me money to write my story. Uh, yeah. I mean, Carla, I don't know if you ever try any of the AIs or whatnot, but that might be able to help you if you're open to it. You may not be open to the idea of it, which is fine. It's not for everybody for sure. I don't know, a formal way. I mean, it doesn't sound too bad the way you're saying it. I know you need to fill that out with some more meat, but yeah, I got my novel down to 99,865 words, down from 104K, so 5,000, almost 6,000 words taken off. Nice. For the sake of not spending a fortune on editing, hoping to get it down to about 95. So you're trying to cut like another 5,000 almost. Yeah, editing is a lot. It does take a lot of money. That's my biggest cost with my first series, and that's why I'm still upside down. I'm in the negative with my first series because of the editing. And I realized I could not continue that model and still publish without going more and more in the hole. So my girlfriend from college, we both graduated with our masters in writing. She had been publishing many years before me. Every year she was pushing me to self-publish, and I was teaching college English and literature at the time. So I was like, I don't have time to write. I'm teaching everybody else how to be a better writer. So her and I, we now have it where and actually that's one of the 4 things I need to get done is I need to start doing the editing project. She just sent me her book. I say she sent it to me 2 weeks ago, and I'm supposed to get it back to her this week. I need to get in there and edit her book because she just edited mine. So that's one of the things I need to get done. But yeah, we trade off editing jobs now. And then just wholly by accident, there's a writing duo, and one of them is an editor in his day job. And so he got sick, and I offered to edit if they would also edit my books. And so now we also have that arrangement. So now I have 2 editors in which I edit their books and they edit mine. I don't know if you know anybody like that. I don't think I could take on too many more jobs like that because it does take quite a bit of time because you're trying to find, human error happens. And but I don't want to be the human error. So I spend a lot of time trying to find everything to make it right. So it takes a lot of concentration for sure. I love how much more smoothly everything reads as I get ruthless with the editing. Yes. I do appreciate that part. I still don't like editing, but I appreciate that part. Have you ever watched the show on Netflix called Love on the Spectrum? I started it, and it's like one of those things where when you have like a very strong emotion tied to that, you can't get through an episode without crying. So, yeah, it's a reality dating show, but everyone involved is on the spectrum. I love that show. I've tried a couple different shows. There was also one, Dr. Good. I'm trying to remember what the name of it was. I think that it was something along those lines, where it was a doctor who was autistic, and I think that came out a couple years after some of the therapists working with my son, and he was still nonverbal at this point, I believe. Yeah, he was still nonverbal, and they're like, but he's super smart. He didn't talk, but they said he's going to be like the doctor who has no bedside manners. And it started making me wonder if all doctors are like maybe on the spectrum. So, Melvay, caught up and finished one file. So progress. Yay for progress. I changed the climax the other day for the first cat shifter. So after some time on the proposal, I can go back now and work. And now I've worked out what the climax is. Nice. It's great when it comes together like that. That's amazing from CJ to Carla. Deshley says, sounds like you really have patience, at least when it comes to family, and that's awesome. Yeah, I mean, you really don't have a choice. I mean, I suppose. My dad had no patience growing up, just the tiniest thing, and he went off. And I always knew that was not going to be the person I would be. And he did tell me once, he was like, I don't understand how you have so much patience. He says, I know I wouldn't have had it. And I'm like, yep, you would not have had that patience. But yeah, I can only imagine. But I don't know, that you try to do the best that you can. When you're living it at the time, it feels like it's the most awful thing happening, because you want to be there, you want to make things right. And with I had a child already. I had an older son, and he was such an easy baby in most cases. It was so easy. If he cried, I could figure out what he was crying about. He was hungry, wet diaper, want a change of scenery, something. I would just try all these different things, and he finally, stopped crying. It was easy. Usually I didn't have to go through too many things, and I could figure out what it was pretty easily. You get to the point where you can understand what the cries mean. But with my youngest, there was nothing I could do to get him to stop. It would just go on for an hour. And then, what was about 6 or 7 months old, at 5:00 p.m., he'd start yelling. And I knew it was coming. I even one time sat there with my camera and snapped a picture of it when it hit 5:00 of him getting, it looks like he has the stink face. And he's getting ready to go into his yelling for an hour. And I actually lost weight because I couldn't eat dinner. I was so stressed by all the yelling and screaming, and I couldn't, no matter what I did, I couldn't get it to stop. So, but yeah, you do what you have to though, when it's your kiddos, right? So after I do my draft, I'll run it through Gemini for editing, and then have my husband, who is a proposal writer, proof it for me. Okay, nice. So for trying to get that language, have you thought about using it just to help get that language in place? Like if you give it, maybe that's what you're talking about. That's probably what you're talking about. When you get the language in place, you're probably running it through editing. You're probably telling it, like, you're trying to make it more formal, that what you're looking for. Not that you don't have patience outside of the area, LOL. Yeah, but it just take a lot of patience when you have a kiddo that is, you don't know what to do to make it better. I don't think I've ever had anything test my patience like that in my life, other than just count down the days to leave the house because I didn't like my home life. So, and people's like, I wish I could go back to high school. I was like, those were the worst days of my life. I was happy to leave. So I'm glad where I'm at now. But your topic, sorry, I should have clarified. I would rather just be, hey, I'm goofy and silly and trying to engage middle school students in a meaningful way. Yeah, that would be nice, wouldn't it? But you may not get into the residency if you go that route. You have to make it sound literary. At least most residencies were like that back when I was looking at different residencies over a decade ago. They don't care about the fantastical elements, and they want something that's literary in some way. So yeah, yes, I probably won't publish another novel. Just don't have the budget to do it properly. I need to pay for multiple editors, cover design, formatting, etc. Yeah, the costs start stacking up. That's why I always say, if you could trade in kind with somebody, trade in kind. And it doesn't always have to be like, if you're not good at editing. So you don't, like, I'm not saying that's you. If someone thinks they're not good at editing someone else's novel, they could trade in kind to offer up services that's something that they are good at. So sending in proposals would be so much easier that way. I wish we could just be like, I want to do this because I think it's neat. Right. Teaching kids about American philosophy and history is something that's a passion for me, but I'm silly. My big achievement was having a 5th grader describe Sam Adams as a hot mess on a test. Oh, I love that. I definitely cry. I worked with people with autism, Down syndrome, etc. for 21 years. Yeah. See, I just can't. I can only take so much crying and I'm done. What was that show? It was really, really popular. Oh, I forget it now. I can see faces and I don't remember their names either. I know the one guy, the main guy, he played on, nope, now I forgot the name of that show. It had the mom, she was a single mom with a daughter in a town. Came out around year 2000, early aughts. Whatever, I can't remember. But This Is Us. Is that the name of the show I'm thinking of? Yeah, that is the show I see. This is. I watched the first few episodes, and I was bawling. I was like, okay, I can't do any more of this. And I kept hearing about how good it was. I was like, I just can't do it. She wasn't wrong. Started when I was 18. I think I lost the thread of the conversation on that one. I don't know. She wasn't wrong, and started when you were 18. Started when I was 18. Yeah. On a different note, I finally got my YouTube live session scheduled. Ooh, do you have a link? Linky link? You can drop it. That is amazing. OMG, Carla from CJ. She also wrote that John Hancock was a fancy pants baller. All the boys wanted to be him and all the girls wanted to be with him until George came along and was jelly. Oh my goodness, that's funny. She definitely gets it. Stink face. That's great. Yeah, I mean, it looks like a stink face. Exactly. Do what you have to. I got it. Yeah. Start working in human services at 18. Oh, okay. You started human services at 18. Gotcha. Left when I turned 40. Did you leave because it was getting difficult, or like dealing with the emotional aspect of it? I don't know if I could work with. I think it's hard enough dealing with my own kid. Now I say that, and he is like so much better now. I mean, we still have issues that pop up every now and then. I do have a link. We love the link, but they're not nearly as bad. Right now, he likes to hide his clothes. We don't know why. We ask him. He doesn't know why. We ask him not to hide his clothes. He says, okay. Then he hides his clothes. So this weekend, we found a whole bunch behind stuff in his closet, a whole bunch of his clothes. We don't know why he's doing this. He doesn't know why he's doing this. But when we're getting ready to do laundry and there's no clothes in the laundry basket, in his laundry basket, he has a laundry basket in his room, and there's no clothes in his drawers. We're wondering what happened to all of them. So it's not the first time. This has been something we've been dealing with for close to a year, but it started off small. At first, it was just like underwear and socks. Now it's becoming everything. So we don't know why. And the thing is, to get to his closet, he has to pass his laundry basket where he puts his clothes. So yeah, but this is so minor. This is a minor thing compared to what it used to be like when he was younger. So when I first started a job, I lived barely 5 minutes away. And then when I moved, it became a 30-minute drive on a good night. I started work at midnight. Yeah, that 30-minute drive, that would make it rough. I used to work first shift for the first 10 years, but went to third. It was just a lot of driving for little pay. Yeah. I felt that way when I was teaching, because my campus I taught at was an hour away. And I just felt like it was just a lot going on when I was teaching, because that's when my husband was gone the most. Especially, he got orders to go back to Hawaii. We were in Kentucky, and our oldest was just, he was in high school. And we had come from Hawaii several years ago before that. And we knew that the high schools were not very good. He was in elementary when we were there the last time. And we knew the high schools, we had lots of friends who pulled their kids out of the high schools there because of, there was a lot of gang violence, and did homeschooling. And so I was like, I don't know. I don't want to go back there. And the oldest kiddo continues the rest of his high school. And then our oldest asked if he could just finish high school where we were at. So I stayed behind. So there was no hubby there for several years, other than, visits and stuff. And one summer I wasn't teaching. So we went over to Hawaii and stayed with him. But I was dealing with driving an hour to and from campus, getting my kiddo, getting him to therapy every day. It was just, and then of course taking care of house and animals and other kid, which he wasn't too bad. But when Dad first went to Hawaii, he kind of went through, and this was not him. He was always a happy kid and good, like easy, so easy to get along with. But he like went through a moment where he couldn't. It's like it was hard for him to process Dad not being there. And so he started failing grades at school, which he never did. He always had like straight A's, every now and then a B. Just, he was really good. So it was like a semester of that. Yeah. So driving does not help. Keep going on tangents here. We absolutely do not get paid for the amount of responsibility we take on. Not to mention, it can be extremely difficult with certain behavioral issues, probably why a lot of people didn't stay. Yeah. There was a school here too. When we first came to, we're in the Panhandle of Florida, there was a school in the city next to us for autistic kiddos. And at first I was like, maybe we should try something like that. When we had to apply to get in, and it cost some money, but the state would help you with some of the pay. And, but then I started reading the reviews and like talking about how like the teachers were barely paid anything. And one teacher lost it in class and threw a desk at the students, like picked up a desk and threw it. I was like, yeah, okay, no, I think I'd rather trust the public schools. And he's got a para, which is someone that stays with him all the time. So that really helps a lot. And there is a link. We got a link. Most people stay between 3 and 5 years. I was one of the very, very rare people who stay more than 20. I bet you they appreciated you that you stayed so long. And I'm sure that the people who were there, the clients, were probably very appreciative too. All right, got to the end of the comments. Let's go ahead and get started on the next sprint. If anyone has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. And for everyone else, we'll get started another hour, 2, 1, and good luck. And that is time. How did you do? I'm making some progress, figuring out everything that I'm needing to print and label for the Faded Adventures. Still just kind of waiting to see if anybody else who's left over still needs to choose their character before I actually start printing everything. So I'm just going to give it to the rest of this day. Left off here with JL saying most people stay between 3 and 5 years. I was one of the very rare people who stayed 20, more than 20. Melvale. Wow, I messed that one up. Sorry. Melvay said, BRB 1 hour lunch break starting now. And that it hasn't quite been an hour, so probably still not here, but we'll be back for the last sprint. Nice. Depending on when you're back, it might be 2 more sprints left. I try to go close to, or go around like 2 o'clock my time. So, and that's like 2 hours and 9 minutes. No math for me. Jocelyn said, I had to make a phone call. Boo. I'm sorry that messed with your productivity that you're trying to get done. Hello, JC. How's it going? Hello, everyone. And Heather popped in as well. Hello. Hope you're all doing well. I know the Double Down Day was this past weekend, which I caught some of them. And some of them, I didn't know everybody. There's that, and there was also the readathon, the cookie readathon. So I was trying to go to all those and just hang out and have it going in the background. But I'm tired. I think I need something, maybe another cup of coffee. Yeah, I think I need another cup of coffee. Oh, and I did pin the link for Adeshale. I don't know if you're still here, Adeshale. He has a stream going here soon. Yep, there he is. He just popped in. Main admin work done. And so when does this go? This goes before I get done. It's 12:30, I think, my time, which is like in a half hour, which I won't be done yet. But it looks like it's going to be 4 hours long. So if it starts at 12:30, and it's 12:30 my time, 1:30 Eastern, and 4 hours, that would make it 4:30 my time. I'll probably be there the whole time. 5:15 is usually, and I head over a little bit earlier than 5:15, but 5:15 is when Dale's live stream goes. Although I'm not moderating for him tonight, Dale is moderating for him, but I still like to be there, so I don't have to go too early. So, main admin work done. Awesome. Kat, hello. Nice to meet you. I feel like maybe I might have seen you around. We already have a few cats in the community too, but I know that this seems like either a different profile or a different person. If this is your first time here, welcome. If you've been here before, welcome back. Are you working on anything specific? We're just here to get any productivity done we can get done, whether reading or writing, housework, coursework, day job, or just taking care of you. I say that I've got that thing like memorized now. I feel like I'm reading off a script too as I'm saying it because I have that part memorized. I was gonna say nap, but yeah, coffee works too. Yeah, nap would be good. I did get plenty of sleep this weekend, but not last night, only because I couldn't get my brain to shut off. And I started getting ideas while I was laying in bed. So then I started dictating ideas to myself. That's what I always say. I never run out of ideas. I just don't have enough life to live to write down all the ideas I have or to write them into full stories. So, but yeah, and I just started dictating. I don't know how much I wrote. And then the crazy thing is I try to track all my time and how much I'm putting into writing. And I did a ton of brainstorming by dictating into my phone. I don't know what time I started, what time I ended. I can go back and see how many words I wrote. Well, verbally spoke. But yeah, I think those words will just be lost to the ether, even though I need words to be meeting my goal, my yearly goal. I need more words. But it's okay. I'm still okay where I'm at. Thank you. Yes. And I did say it's pinned, right? Yeah, I pinned it at the top of the chat. These are Deshley. Oh, no, I also got you added. Cannot talk today. I also got you added to the Author 2 sprint spreadsheet, which you can find a link to down below in the description box. And you can see everybody who's sprinting on all the days of the week coming up. Today's Monday. I know Ben goes later, but he always goes at the same time as when Dale's streaming. And I'm always in Dale's stream. And Nia's off this week, although she doesn't do sprints on Monday. She's doing the Brandon Sanderson's lectures, which have been really great. I missed those too because of the Dale did a live stream on someone else's channel right after his live stream last week, so I missed the second one. And Sam sometimes goes. She used to go every Monday, but now I think she added a day. She didn't take away any day. So Samantha L. Nassett, I think, goes on Monday nights. I'm trying to think of who else is sprinting. But yeah, you can look at it to see who's going. So additionally, you're kind of like right in a sweet spot, because I think between like 10 and 12, there's nobody who's starting, if I remember right. So you're starting at a good spot there. Can our monitor screens ever be big enough to do everything? No. And I got 2 of them. And I still lose stuff. I'm like, where did I put this? Where's that tab? Where is that link? Where's that? That was one day last week when I had my YouTube stream. I had it open in 4 different places, and I couldn't find all of them. So when I went live, I could hear my echo, and I closed down one, I still hear an echo. I closed down another, still hear an echo. I'm like, oh Lord, what did I do to myself? Dale is 5:15 noted. Yeah, and that's 5:15 my time. So that's 6:15 Eastern. Don't even let me try to pretend I know how to do the time zone. I had Eastern down for the last few weeks. I think it is an hour ahead of me because I'm Central. Kat says, I'm trying to get back into writing. I might have to replot the first chapter of my novel. And I've been here on Rachel's videos. I would say you looked kind of familiar, but I wasn't entirely certain. I don't have the best memory. Did you, just looking at your name, Cat Author 2021, did you become an author for the first time in 2021 as an author, as in like what, publishing? I know some definition for author can change by person. So I didn't know what that meant, but just curious if you start publishing in 2021. So I'm trying to get at, because I started publishing in 2021. So I was like, oh, cool. Oh, Shannon, I really need the discipline that you have. You do so much. I admire that. Yeah, but I appreciate that. I really do. I just wish I could figure out how to balance things better, because I really need a break. But right now, like, I can't afford to take a break because I have a lot of things to do. And if I took a break, things would fall through for other people. It wouldn't just be me. Like, I'm not meeting my writing deadline. Oh, well, that just affects me. But not meeting, like today, I'm supposed to get the list of speakers and their titles and descriptions and email addresses to one person that's on the team, so they can get some invites out for something with the AuthorTube Writing Conference. And then I had to do the same list, but without email addresses, to another person who is going to be doing some marketing. And so both of those 2 people are waiting on me. And I said I'd get to them today. Wait, there's one more person. So another person also needs the same list to send out to start doing the giveaway partner program for all of our speakers. And she needs the email addresses because she's got to email all of them. So yes, I need to get that list put together. I got to scrub out information that's not needed, because, I don't want to give away information people don't need for other people. So I got to do that sometime today. So like, if that's something I don't get done, that falls through, that's not just a me thing, that affects other people. So I just wish I could I want to be in a position where I don't feel like I always have a deadline I have to meet somewhere. But I haven't figured that out yet. I haven't figured out how to do that. I'm replotting. Nope, I said that one already, did I? Replotting. I've been to his channel before. I'm replotting the first chapter. I've been to his channel. Oh, no. You just were letting me know I would say I thought possibly you had been here before. Your name looked familiar, but I wasn't really certain. I have a terrible memory. Also, I'm trying to find the sweet spot for streaming. There you go. Yeah. And I think of that, like, when I chose Mondays to do my marathon Mondays, it's because there wasn't anybody going on Mondays during the day. And I typically stream during the day because I lose willpower to write at night. So I can, but it's not the best time for me. Oh, stupid autocorrect. Yeah, I published my first book in March 2021. Nice. So we're 2021 authors. Mine was a little bit later. Mine was November. So I could have published in March. I had actually finished that book the year before, but it was my debut. And I was trying to have the second book ready to go, like as soon as that one was done. And I was pretty much done with my second book by the time I published the first one. Well, it was done. I was already with the editor at that point. And then I was writing my third book. And so I did kind of a rapid release, sort of. The third book didn't come out as fast because my dad ended up with cancer, and him and my mom run a liquor store. So I took over running the liquor store while he went through all his stuff. He had a surgery and different things he had to do. So that pushed my book back a couple months, my last one. But it still was pretty close together. Nice, Kat. Thanks, Adeshale. I'm considering doing a super early morning, but mornings are dangerous times, LOL. Yeah, I will tell you that super early there doesn't tend to be a lot of people on. Now, there are people in other places in the world where the time difference is drastic, right? Like in Australia, New Zealand, it's like the opposite time of day almost. And a lot of them do mention how they wish there was more streams, like our overnight, but it is considered overnight for us. They say they wish there was more streams for them. But I know like the Worldwide Write-a-thon, which is now the Storyteller's Hearth, they've been doing the write-a-thon every year, several times a year for many years. And they always did it. The write-a-thon always went through the night. And they had decided like a year ago to stop going through the night because there just wasn't anybody really on, which wasn't fair to those people who were streaming at those times because then they weren't getting the same views. Actually, I don't know if that's the reason why. I think that might be it. I might be misremembering. But yeah, there weren't not really a lot of people wanting to stream at the time and not a lot of people on during the streams. I did rapid release. I had 4 books in it. Wow. Look at you. March, May, July, and December. Nice. That was a good publishing schedule. And I was exhausted. LOL. Yeah. I did mine November of 2021, January of 2022, and then June. That June one was supposed to be March. And of course, like I said, that got pushed off because I was working at the liquor store and covering down for a couple months. That is pretty much the reason why they stopped going overnight. Okay. I thought when I was saying, I was like, wait, was that a supposition I came across myself? Like, I don't even know if I said the right word. Conclusion that I came to? Was that a conclusion I developed on my own, or was that something they said? And then I couldn't remember if it was or not. So, wow, that's awesome. Yeah. So have you published much since then, Kat? Like that, I know that made me tired. Of course, I was still writing. I was still trying to get that 3rd book out. I would just work all day at the liquor store, come home and spend a couple hours on my computer, try and get my book done so I could get it out. And yeah, I didn't. The next book I published, well, on retailers was like almost 2 years later, but I did a Kickstarter in between. So, although I do think that discounts us night owls, so a little unfair to us. Well, I mean, I think they still go through the hours that you guys tend to still, because you get done. I'm trying to remember. You guys usually get done, depending on who's streaming, between like 9 and like 10:30. And I think they do the write-a-thon now through almost midnight. I think it is midnight Eastern, but I think it's 11 o'clock my time, if I remember right. Shelly, good morning. I always forget your Monday sprints run longer. It is. I'm still here. I'm going to grab some lunch and see y'all on Wednesday. All right, see you Wednesday. And for anyone who is leaving out, thank you so much for coming. For anyone who's still here, don't forget Adeshle, pinned at the top, is doing sprints in a little less than a half hour. So, and then he'll be going for 4 hours. So when I finish, he'll still be going. So, I've actually been listening for a bit while doing a post-chiropractic appointment icing of my back and neck. Oh, I hope that works or at least gives you some relief. Yeah, but Shannon, I stay up until wee hours in the morning. Oh, okay. So when I'm looking for sprints like 3 a.m., no one is there. LOL. Is there anybody else who's up at that time? I don't know. I'm not familiar enough with everybody's routine schedule, but I'm trying to think. I know when I did the early morning sprints, which we usually start at like, was it 5 o'clock my time? 4 o'clock my time. It was 4 o'clock my time, 5 o'clock, the Storyteller's Hearth. And I'd have like 2 or 3 people in there, but that's still a little bit later than what you're up for. Relay sound. Woo woo. All right, let's go ahead and get this next one going. We'll get started next 1 hour on the clock. In 3, 2, 1, and good luck. And that is time. How did you do? I'm making good progress. Better than I feel like I did most of the weekend. So still have quite a bit to do, but I'll get there. We left off here with the Deshalais saying, in alert mode, getting ready and gotta brush my eyebrows, which I had to laugh. I don't know if anybody was able to make it over there. It looks like it's just still me over in his sprints. Oh, JC just stopped in over there. I had to run some errands, she is saying over there. So glad she was able to stop in and say hello. So if you've not seen a Deshalais brushing his eyebrows, it's the funny part because he doesn't have any hair on his head, but he's got eyebrows. So if he's going to brush something, it would be the eyebrows, right? So I had to laugh at that. Kat said 19 under my name. So I had asked them if they had published anything else since 2021. And that's a lot. 4 in 2021. So that was a little rough doing 4 in that year. So it looked like 2022 was a skip year, and then 2 in 2023, but then jumped up to 9 in 2024. And I would think that would be a lot. And then 4 in so far in 2025. Different lengths in some are nonfiction. I'm assuming that then with you saying different lengths in some nonfiction, that some of those might have been what was happening with the 9 in 2024. I always think if I wasn't writing epic stories, I'd have a whole lot more because my stories are long. I can't even do like an omnibus. There's just no way they wouldn't fit. Because the highest, I think it's like, oh, I just had it too. 1,000 something. 1,000 what? 1,000. I've done a lot of my printing through Ingram Spark for my Kickstarters. And they cap it at 1,000 some pages. It's not very much, that 1,014. I don't remember what it is, but something around there. And like my last book was like 700 and some pages. So, and my first book was almost 600 pages. So yeah, if I was writing shorter stories, if I was writing like 80 to 100,000 word stories, I probably would have four more books out instead of just the 2. My novellas stay relatively short. My one novella is 29,000, 27,000. I think it's 27,000 words. And then the other one is, I think it ended up around 41,000, which some say technically is no longer a novella, but I'm calling it a novella because compared to the rest of my fantasy fiction, yeah, it's a novella size. But that's a lot. And wow, Kat, that's amazing. Yes, definitely amazing. Something to be proud of. JL says, had lunch, played hide and seek with my dog. I hide the treats. She finds me. I throw the treat across the room and run to hide again. And now ready for some focused progress. I bet that was fun, though. And there is a Deshalais link if anyone's able to go over and say hello. It'd be so nice. Hit the like button, leave a comment if you can. If you're just lurking, it's fine. But all those things, any of those things that you could do, whether, like button, leave a comment, one or the other, or both, helps the video to gain a little more traction in the algorithm. And with him just starting to sprint, that would help him for people to find him besides us. So made a start after getting the dishes taken care of. It's progress. Yes, 9 were like 25K. Gotcha. So 9 times 25, what is that? It's 225. I think I did the math right on that one for once. 225,000 words. That's still a lot for 1 year. I mean, I guess. I wrote 768,000 words last year, but not all of those were the words that got published. A lot of that was brainstorming and drafting and revising and throwing out, because I'm a discovery / intuitive / for some a pantser. Although I think about things in my head, I always know beginnings and endings. And so the beginnings of my books almost always don't change, but I'll start writing and I'll get to the middle and I'm writing. I'm like, something's not working here. Start over again. And so I have a lot of stuff that I just start over again and I just take out a lot of stuff that wasn't there. A lot of stuff that wouldn't have made sense to get up to the point where I was getting. So yeah. So a lot of my words end up being throwaway words. What did I actually publish? I don't know. I'm pretty certain that what I wrote last year, 768,000. Well, yeah, a lot of that was for the second book, the one that was my Kickstarter this year. But most of the time when I'm writing words in a year, it is not for what's coming out that year. Right? Nice work, Kat. My pen name story is an omnibus of 5 stories in one and came out to be about 66,000 total. Yeah, I bet that fit really well. I do have like some ideas for novellas. I've got another one drafted like in kind of like outline. I do try to outline my novellas a little bit. I never stick with them because I am better at being a discovery intuitive writer, but I do outlines for the smaller work, so I could try to keep it small. Because the last time I thought I was writing a short story, I ended up calling it my not short story because it ended up 72,000 words long. So I don't know what I was going to say. I went on that tangent to say something, but I don't remember what my point was. Heading out to run some errands, stop by additionally stream to show some love. Wish you lots of productivity today, Shannon. Thank you. I appreciate that, JC. You're awesome. And happy productivity, everyone. Thanks, CCC. I'm going to hop over to his stream now and subscribe, leave a like, maybe hang out there for a sprint. Sounds good. Yeah, show some love. He hasn't, I don't know if he sprinted ever before. No, wait, I think he did like a 15-minute sprint or something I saw on his channel like a year ago or something, which I don't know if I knew him then or not. I probably did. Because he came on and did a podcast episode with me toward the end of last year. So I might have known him for a year. I don't know. Hello and welcome back. Had lunch, answered a bunch of emails, finished my file. Very productive. You took care of you, did some admin, and did some emails. They probably all fall under the same things, all admin. I don't know what I was trying to think of, trying to separate that out, but they were two separate tasks. So I wrote 725,519 words last year, but not all of those were published, so I completely understand, right? Yeah. Yeah. I know. What was my exact? I don't know. I remember it was 768,000, but I have it somewhere. 2024 writing. Oh, no. What did I say? 768,000, 778,000, 770,085. That's what I wrote. I think I've been saying 768. I don't know what I just said, but I think I remember why I would say 7, because I was at 768 and I was like, I want to hit just 2 more thousand so I can hit an even number. And then I stopped at 770. It's an average of 23 hours a week. But this year I'm already falling behind. But I didn't have a Kickstarter last year. And I only published one book last year. And that was for my Kickstarter the year before. So this year I will have 2 books I'm publishing, both from the Kickstarter that I did this year. Because I'll be done fulfilling those here, I think, by July. I'm waiting on 3 more proof copies. I think it's 3 more proof copies. I had a total of 8 different books ordered during the Kickstarter. But so 5 of them are done. I think 5 of them are done. And so it should be, I think by July I'll be done with this Kickstarter, which will be nice. I'm not opening the right stuff here. What am I trying to open? My mind's going somewhere else. I opened our calendar for the podcast. Don't know why I was opening that. I'm at 18.39 hours a week average writing time right now. So I'm like, what? That's 5 hours less than last year or whatever it was I said. I don't remember what I said now. But that was the last comment. So yeah, we definitely write a lot of words that don't go out into print. So we're going to do one more sprint. This will be the last one for anyone who's still here. Please feel free to jump over and hang out with Adeshle. He's got 9 minutes left on his first sprint, and then he'll be going on a break. And find the right tab here. For anyone who's leaving out, thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, 1 more hour on the clock. In 3, 2, 1, and good luck. And that is time. How did you do? Made some good progress. I was over in Adeshale's stream for a little bit, talking there, and then trying to walk through my head. So I did this with the first packet that I sent out for the Faded Stories Adventure mail. Faded Adventures Story Mail. I walked, like in my head, I walked through, okay, if the participant gets the packet and they're opening this envelope, then this envelope, and this envelope, and this envelope, and some of them have like things that they should go do, like go online and get their character and, and things to solve, puzzles to solve and whatnot. So I was just doing that through my head again, making sure that it all seems to flow and work for this second packet before I send it out. And then I burned some paper, which was really fun to do. I only have one person who's chosen a Dorian, which is my Fire Fae. And the clue that he gets during his story adventure this time is he sees something and he can't get it. He can't grab it. I'm not going to give away the story. But he's trying to grab it. He can't grab it. So finally he stops and he's really upset and he just writes it down, what he remembers. But he's a Fire Fae and he's pretty upset. So he lights the paper on fire by accident. So I actually took the piece of paper where he writes down the thing that he saw and like burned the edges of it and stuff. So I was having fun with that. But yeah. Now it smells like burning paper in here. Left off here, we're talking about how many words Kat had written last year, but going to lunchtime. And Sam stopped by and hit the like button. I appreciate that. Thank you. Are you streaming anytime soon? I don't know if you're still here. Well, that was about 4 minutes ago, so you might still be in, but you did say pop by too, so it could mean that you have left out. Let's see. Yay! It looks like Sam, I added Adeshale to the playlist for the AuthorTuber sprints, and Sam stopped over to say hello to Adeshale because new to me, saw you on the stream. So I'm so happy. Yeah, I'm not very good at I can barely keep up with all the stuff I'm trying to do. If I ever get to a point again where I don't have a deadline hanging over my head that I'm not making, then I would be helping out with the AuthorTube spreadsheet more often. But I thought, okay, I know that I'm streaming now for an hour or two. Okay. Sorry, missed that. So Sam is streaming. So yeah, I added Adeshale to the spreadsheet this morning. But he had told me like last week he was going to be streaming. And I said, well, let me know. Okay, yeah, Sam is sprinting. Did you start early? Wait, no. It says 3. And I'm like, that's early. No, that's 3 Eastern. So just started. Okay. Wrong button. Here we go. So Sam sprints. Anybody who wants to pop over there. Oops. Hitting the wrong button here. There's Sam sprints, and then Malvase has played email pong for a bunch of non-compliant file and started another file. I like it when it's tag, but probably not for non-compliant files. But it's fun to play tag with people sometimes. Like, hey, I just saw you over there, and I left you a message. Oh, I just left there, and but I just saw you somewhere else, and I left you a message somewhere else. But thank you for no problem. I love to. I don't always have time to go look at the spreadsheet but because I'm already like in a thinking mood and I'm not like trying to hurry up and get back to something. I was like, I can open the spreadsheet and go see who's going next. So I totally forgot that you go. Do you go on Mondays usually? How come that doesn't feel like it's normal? But it says it's a normal time for you here. Oh, Ben's not on here. Ben's been streaming on Monday nights. I thought I added him once. Wait, his channel is running to right. I was trying to get him at it because he's been going Monday nights now, doing a sprint every Monday night. Yeah. So he's on the AuthorTuber channels and links. And I added him to a couple Mondays, but that was back when he first started doing Monday night sprints. So he is not on here either. And he usually starts when I'm over on Dale's channel moderating. Although tonight Dale's moderating, but I still want to be there for it. So, Okay, it's a new normal for you. Okay, I was gonna say I don't remember you going on Mondays, so I'm going to try to stream for 4 days and do Breaking the Block on Sundays too. I did see the notification for Breaking the Block yesterday, but I stayed off YouTube yesterday. I tried to stay off the internet yesterday because I had so much I had to try to get done, and other than sending out my newsletter. But yeah, still I feel like I'm under a mountain right now, but I will get there. It always gets done. It just takes time. That's all. So, alrighty. Well, that brings us to the end. I will be back Tuesday through Thursday with the normal Pomodoro strictly timed sprints of 45 minutes on, 5 minutes off. There are lots of great sprints going on. Yeah, writer Sam Wicker sprints are happening, which I am going to be I didn't want to start in the middle of my stream here with the sound, but I'll be right over there. And then additionally, it's also going right now. And then there's a few other people on the list for later today. Oh, I didn't know writer Holly Davis is also going 6 p.m. my time. Oh, that's right about the time that Dale's stream gets ready to end. He usually goes between 6:15 and 6:30. But alrighty, thank you everyone for coming. And mountains are moved one step at a time. You got this. Thank you. Yeah, it'll get better. I ended up lurking while I did some admin. Well, thank you so much for lurking, Heather. All right, everyone. I'll see everyone throughout everyone else's streams. Take care. Bye.